We ready?
Okay, we're getting started.
Good evening. I'll now call to order the City Council meeting, of the City of Dana Point, for Tuesday, April 7th, 2020. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All members are present with everyone except for Mr. Mayor on teleconference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. City Attorney, is there a need for a closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We have one item this evening. It is threat to public services or facilities pursuant to Government Code Section 54957D1. Consultation with Director of Emergency Services, City Attorney, Director of General Services regarding COVID-19. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
In that case, we will recess into closed session until 6 p.m. Good evening and welcome to Dana Point City Council meeting of April 7th, 2020. We'll now reconvene our meeting. Before we get into the agenda, I am going to speak very briefly about how we're going to be doing public comments as we're going along and figuring out this process in these unique times, how to take public comments. What we are doing is we're asking for the public to send their public comments to our city clerk, Kathy Ward. Her email address is kward@danapoint.org, KWARD@DANAPOINT.org. And she is going to compile any public comments that she receives. And during the public comments portion of the agenda, she will read those public comments. I would ask that if you'd like to make a public comment, you put public comment in the subject line so that our clerk can easily discern that it is a email concerning public comment. And also further, if you are wishing to speak under general public comments, that you write public comment general after the words public comment in the subject line. If you want to make a public comment on one of our agenda items, simply indicate public comment and the agenda item that you would like to make the public comment on. When we do get to the items, which we will be calling later in the agenda, those public comments, we'll be accepting those public comments from now up until the time that we call the agenda item. So once again, the email address is kward@danapoint.org, kward@danapoint.org. Okay, I hope that clarifies the process. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please rise. Face the colors. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. We do not have an invocation this evening, nor do we have any presentations or proclamations. That brings us to the reading of ordinance titles. Madam Clerk, do you have any ordinance titles to read tonight?
No, I do not, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Which now brings us to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and all will be enacted by one roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council, the public, or staff request specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Madam Clerk, do we have any items to be removed by the public?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, do we have any items to be removed by staff?
No, sir.
And I'll go around the council to ask, do we have any items to be removed? Councilman Wyatt?
No.
Councilmember Lewis?
No.
Councilman Miller?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
No, sir.
And I do not have anything to remove, so I will move the recommended actions of the consent calendar. Is there a second?
I will second that. This is Paul.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilman Wyatt. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Okay. Now that does bring us to the public comments section of the agenda. There will be a 3-minute time limit per person and an overall time limit of 30 minutes for the public comments portion of the agenda. At my discretion, the balance of public comments will be heard after the new business portion of the agenda. Once again, I know I just spoke about it, but if you have a public comment, please email it to our clerk and she will read it into the record and provide us all with copies of it as well. All comments are to be directed to the city council, shall not consist of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum during their comments. State law prohibits the city council from taking action on a specific item unless it appears on the posted agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments this evening?
Yes, I do. Actually, quite a few of them. So-
Okay, well, if you would, please read them into the record and we will listen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I've received 7 public comments entitled "Stop Deployment of Wireless During Quarantine." The following Dana Point residents submitted the same public comment: Heather Kimbley, Dr. Daniel Kimbley, Amy Kinney, Joe Kita Handy, Jody Reese, Christine Russell, and Stacy Day. I will now read the public comment that was provided by these 7 Dana Point residents. Dear Mayor and City Council members, we ask that you impose a moratorium on small cells and other wireless infrastructure permit process and deployment until the COVID-19 emergency is over. The wireless providers are using the COVID-19 emergency as cover to expand and cement their rapid and virtually unsupervised deployment of harmful wireless infrastructure. Our local leaders should not have to dedicate time and resources to policing whether the wireless companies are following local and state law. They have far more important things to do. The FCC wireless permit rules allow emergency moratoria. Homeland Security guidelines emphasize that maintenance of existing communications capability is the priority. New construction is not, quote, essential. The COVID-19 emergency has led to a government shutdown of non-essential activities. Hospitals, emergency response, and local officials are overwhelmed, and they must be allowed to focus on what is needed, quote, essential. Now is not the time to be dedicating resources to expanding rather than just maintaining our networks. The FCC has directly held a local jurisdiction can impose a temporary halt to deployment and permits during emergencies. In the matter of accelerating wireline broadband deployment by removing barriers, FCC 18-111, 33 FCC Red 7705, 7784-7785, Section 157 in 2018, in quotes, we recognize that there may be limited situations in the case of a natural disaster or other comparable emergency where an express or de facto memorial.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you put your microphone a little closer to your mouth? I understand they're having
Okay.
difficulty hearing you
Okay.
online.
Moratoria, is that better? That violates Section 253A may nonetheless be necessary to protect the public safety and welfare or to ensure the continued quality of telecommunications services. Homeland Security has declared that local government is on the forefront and can take control over determining whether to temporarily halt all non-essential activity. Homeland Security guidance documents prioritize maintenance of existing communication systems and do not support, quote, essential status for new construction. See Homeland Security, Cybersecurity, and Infrastructure Security Agency, identifying critical infrastructure during COVID-19, and it's a website, https://cisa.gov/identifying-critical-infrastructure-during-COVID-19, in parentheses, local control. E-CIKR PDF, focus on protection, response, recovery, and restoration. Homeland Security, like FCC, understands that essential in an emergency situation justifies focusing on protecting, responding, recovering, and restoring of existing systems, but new communication facilities construction is and should be deemed non-essential. and subject to lockdown for so long as we were under emergency conditions. Cities can and should impose a moratorium on deployment in their local area and freeze the permit process until the COVID-19 emergency is over. And then it's signed by each one of the 7 Dana Point residents that I named previously. Okay, other public comments. This one is from, let's see. This one is from, oops, didn't separate them out. Michelle Schumacher. Good evening, City Council. I'm writing to you today to ask for your support in reducing significant tax on all Orange County residents that oftentimes goes unnoticed. Are you aware that the Transportation Corridor Agency, in parentheses, the TCA, has taxed OC homeowners to the tune of $706,334,000 since the TCA, a government agency, was established in 1987. This tax comes in the form of development fees that are assessed on new residential and commercial properties developed or remodeled within Orange County. The TCA was formed in 1987 with the explicit purpose of constructing the 73, 241, and 261 toll roads. At the time that the TCA was established, bonds were issued to pay for construction of these toll roads. The promise made by the TCA at that time was that the debt taken on by the TCA for construction of these new toll roads would be paid off through a combination of development fees and tolls collected on the roads by drivers who use the roads. 100% of the debt was to be paid off within 30 years, and the toll roads were supposed to become freeways like the rest of the interstate highways with one great state. As it turns out, the TCA has horribly mismanaged their role and has squandered these silent taxes paid by your constituents. Not only are the 73, 241, and 261 still toll roads and not freeways, but the TCA is still over $4.7 billion in debt for construction of these roads. This is a dereliction of duty and travesty for Orange County taxpayers. By the time the bonds are repaid, it will cost $11 billion. The debt is going in the wrong direction and will never be paid down, or a major taxpayer bailout required, negatively affecting Orange County that the state, according to the OC grand jury report, the TCA carries 64% of all JPA debt in the OC. The TCA recently released a draft vision plan. The TCA is trying to do other non-tolled projects, and this is serious mission creep. It is time to have the TCA solely focus on paying down the bonds instead of driving up housing and the cost of business in our county with these these empty toll roads, and really get traffic moving by freeing the toll roads. We have OCTA and Caltrans. There is no need for this redundant, wasteful agency. Taxpayers deserve better. The TCA sends hundreds of millions of dollars outside our state and vendor contracts. If they want Orange County taxpayers to be able to afford the increasing tolls, they need to be more mindful and keep the money in California. Thank you for your time, and please do something to stop the hemorrhage to taxpayers in our county with these economically discriminating toll roads. This one is, and I apologize if I didn't say the name. The first one was from Michelle Schumacher. This one is from Peter Van Nuys. Public comment, Anaheim City Council, TCA embarrassment under color of authority. TCA apparent retreat to option 22 and the retirement of their overpaid CEO suggests the agency is facing the reality of its chronic failures. From the outset, TCA failed to draft a realistic realistic business plan, to understand the wants and financial means of its target market, to budget responsibly, to manage its internal conflict, to live up to its founding mission, its board members have constantly failed, to behave fiscally and responsible civic leaders, to tell the truth to Orange County taxpayers. Through orchestrated mission creep, TCA has morphed over the years. Its one success has been as cash cow for the OCGOP through direct contributions from its myriad of vendors, consultants, and contractors. When the spotlight finally shines on TCA and its board members own up to this boondoggle, the blemish on Orange County's reputation will rival that of our infamous bankruptcy, our county equivalent to high-speed rail. The next one is from Keith Johannes. City council member, city manager, and city attorney. From Keith Johannes, resident and chair of the Dana Point Historical Society Preservation Committee. The Dana Point Historical Society has received many comments concerned about the historic Swallows Inn, now referred to as the Seaside Inn. This property at 34812 Pacific Coast Highway is described as historic in the 1997 Aegis Historic Survey commissioned by the City Council. They describe it as an excellent example of the historic architectural style, Monterey Revival. At that time, Carl Beecham shared that he remembered that it was built just after the Doheny family donated the land for Doheny Beach. Aegis lists it as a 1930 construction. The 2016 Historic Survey by Architectural Resources Group, ARG, lists it as a 1940 construction, and ARG describing the property in quotes. The Swallows Motel is important for its association with patterns of commercial development and tourism in Dana Point during the Depression era. This patterns of commercial development, this motor inn was constructed alongside what was once a major north-south interstate highway and is associated with roadside commerce and car culture, both of which shaped and defined Southern California's commercial landscape. While there were once several motels of this era in Dana Point, it appears to be the last remaining example of property type that retains integrity, unquote. All of the other, at least 4 properties of this type have been lost to what is referred to as demolition by neglect, in quotes. The properties are left to deteriorate to the point it becomes suitable to demolish. Please take all responsible actions that will prevent this valuable historic research from being lost. There are many actions that can and need to be taken. Ask city staff to take actions to protect this property, Please place this as an agenda item so that the community can further discuss this and so the council can take further actions. Please take the steps needed to have this property considered as a historic resource and that needs to be preserved. Don't let our last type of historic resource property be lost forever. This public comment is from Hoyen IP, and the subject is regarding public comment, help the restaurants in Dana Point. By now, there are relief programs by the Fed and state, but some mom and pop restaurants may not stretch to the day to see the money. On March 27th, an LA Times article on restaurants wrote, "Every day that help is stalled, it gets exponentially worse." On April 2nd, a UCI webinar, Understanding Disasters and Their Social Impact on Communities, said, disaster shock triggers goodwill, but the shock effort and goodwill will fade out. There are only so much people can take. To save mom and pops and our unique local culture, we must take urgent and practical actions to provide some cushion for now. I have 2 suggestions. Number 1, adopt a food service where serve on request policy at the next council meeting. It would be just adding a section in the municipal code, chapter 6.46. The text could be like this: 6.46.022, single-use reduction. Food vendors shall only provide utensils, chopsticks, straws, lid plugs, condiment packets, napkins, and cup sleeves to customers upon request. Number 2, create citywide campaign fundraiser, tie it with the Chamber's Dana Point Restaurants Grab and Go, which is a list of dozens of restaurants, to create a sense of urgency. Run the fundraiser for 1 week only. The target amount is $34,249. The theory is that every resident donates $1. If we divide the fund raised equally to every restaurant that is still open, it's little, but the social and emotional impacts make it a good starting point. How can I help? Thank you. All right, the next public comment is from Dennis Kramer. In the subject, it says STR in Dana Point. To whom it may concern. I understand the concerns that many of those in the community have about STR, meaning short-term rentals, and the spread of COVID. I own and live in our duplex in Dana Point, and when possible, rent the other half of my duplex to short-term renters. My family and I have been extremely affected by COVID and what it's done to our health and community. I'm in a very similar and unfortunate situation as many other STR owners, in that 95% of my to-be renters canceled for March, April, and May, and I expect more cancellations for the summer. I think it's obvious how significant a financial strain this will result in. However critical the financial strain places on us, our health is of maximum importance, and that is why we are adhering to our state governor's shelter-in-place order. The few people that I have been able to rent to have been those that were displaced from their local home and an individual that couldn't readily return home because of airline availability. My rental home is thoroughly and I almost sterilely cleaned after each renter's visit. And this cleaning process is very important to me since we share the same entry and patio. I do not see the necessity of banning STRs altogether since number 1, a shelter-in-place order already exists. Number 2, there's no medical or scientific evidence that shows banning people from STRs who already follow the shelter-in-place order decreases COVID infections. In addition, I think it's deplorable to close STRs to those people who are in genuine need of a short-term place to stay, and instead forcing them to make a hotel arrangements where massive people interactions are inevitable, therefore increasing the risk of infection. In this time of concern, let's not allow stress, irrational fears, or personal agendas play into our decisions. Respectfully, Dennis Kramer. This next public comment is from Jonah Mechanic. And the subject is short-term rentals should not be discriminated against. It has come to my attention that the City Council is meeting tomorrow to discuss a temporary ban on short-term rentals in an effort to stop the spread of COVID-19. While I'm certainly in support of any efforts the community can make to stop the spread of this terrible virus, I'm shocked to hear that the discussion tomorrow is only focused on short-term rentals. Why are hotels, motels, and RV parks not also being discussed? By their very nature, hotels and motels have far more person-to-person interaction than short-term rentals, and also much more opportunity for gathering of random people. both of which assist in the spread of COVID-19. Why are short-term rentals being discriminated against? If the city of Dana Point wants to shut down all visitor accommodations, then I assure you, you have our full support. However, singling out just short-term rentals while allowing hotels and motels to operate is discriminatory, unconstitutional, and illegal. Thank you. The next public comment is from Lori Balick, and the subject is STR. Dear Kathy and honorable members of the City Council, having recently followed the action of City of Newport Beach, I would like to address a few points. As a STR owner of a number of years, I have repeat guests year after year. Most of my guests have canceled and rebooked for later in the year going into next year. My manager, Miriam Rupke, and I worked with our guests and decided they could rebook for a later date or cancel with a refund. I want to be very clear. We are just as concerned about the health of our neighbors and community as is everyone else. We do not want guests coming into our community and disrupting our neighborhoods or putting our neighborhoods at risk, and certainly do not want guests that we have coerced into coming by refusing to work with them. It is my pleasure to inform you we have adjusted our policy to accommodate and keep our neighborhoods and guests safe. We no longer accept guests for leisure only. We are accepting limited bookings for only those for various reasons have been displaced and the need to shelter in places other than their own homes and have decided a STR is a safer alternative. We have very few bookings at this time. One has a leak restoration, the other a new home purchase that has been delayed due to the confusion of the current coronavirus, just as examples. We have worked closely with my cleaning team of 2. I have the same 2 every move in and out. My team do the maintenance on my house unless there's a major issue that requires a professional contractor. I bought hospital-grade disinfectant gloves and have instructed them on the use. Every knob, every light switch, light handle, surface must be wiped down with this hospital-grade disinfectant and not just general cleaning product. We are and have taken this unprecedented situation very seriously and have put in place every measure suggested by our governor. In many cases, we have gone beyond the governor's suggestions. We only hope the council is exacting the same serious mandates and demands on our hotels and resorts. These places can be like petri dishes if not carefully managed. There are so many face-to-face interactions between hotel guests and staff, there are not necessary or even common with STR properties. We are not large chain corporations that have the backing of millions of dollars, but small independent owners opening our homes for local guest experiences. We have to take the situation very seriously, as one bad review can devastate our short-term rental. Our neighbors and community are very important to us. For many of us, it is our community, our neighborhood as well. Thank you for your work and consideration at this difficult time. Respectfully, Lauren Balick. And this next public comment is from Miriam Rupke. Subject, STRs in Dana Point during COVID-19. Dear council members, I am a short-term rental homeowner and property manager in Dana Point. As you might already be aware, the short-term rental community has been hit very hard due to COVID-19. Due to travel bans and the shelter-in-place order, all of our reservations have been canceled. This has put a huge financial strain on STR community, as the majority of us rely on this income to pay our mortgages, support, and feed our families. As of now, the only people who are renting our homes have been locals displaced from their homes due to maintenance, those in between homes, like a sale of a home and new home is not ready, essential workers like healthcare employees, and those here for work from another state who cannot return to their state. While these reservations are few and far between, they are only saving grace to try to bring the little revenue they offer, so we are not left in a situation where we are bankrupt. The banks are not offering any more than a 3-month forbearance, which means that even though we don't have to make our mortgage payments for the next 90 days, we will have to make a lump sum payment for those 3 months at once. How are we supposed to do that with no income coming in? We are in support of ensuring the safety and well-being of our community. We are not renting to visitors on vacation, and we are doing our due diligence to ensure our homes are properly sanitized and disinfected after each renter leaves. The measures we are able to take to clean homes and ensure their proper disinfection are over and above what the hotels are able to offer with cleaners responsible for 50+ rooms in 1-day shift. Our cleaners are spending 5 hours deep cleaning and disinfecting the homes, washing all bedding and even disinfecting common areas such as light switches, door handles, countertops, cabinet handles, remotes, and every area that a renter may have touched. We do not see a hotel cleaner having the time or bandwidth to be able to offer this level of cleaning. Therefore, we are requesting that you please take this into consideration when proposing any restrictions to be placed on STRs at this time. Those who are staying in our rentals also need a safe place to shelter in place so that they do not stay, and they do not want to stay in hotels. With the close proximity of rooms and gross number of people in a hotel, a short-term rental homes are the safest place for someone to stay who requires a home until the shelter-in-place ordinance has been lifted. We also ask that whatever restrictions the city puts in place for STRs must be also applied to all hotels, motels, and resorts in Dana Point, as they are the biggest risk in our community. There are less than 150 short-term rentals in Dana Point, but thousands of hotel rooms. Hotel guests are in daily interaction with front desk employees, housekeepers, room service attendants, bellhops, maintenance personnel, and other hotel staff. The hotels in Dana Point employs thousands of people who are in daily contact with visitors and these employees, and then in our grocery stores and in our community. In a short-term rental home, a renter has zero interaction with the homeowner, as the majority of these homes offer self-check-in and there are no personnel that they would ever have to interact with. Please take this into consideration when adopting any restrictions. Also, any restrictions must be lifted once shelter-in-place order has been lifted. I appreciate your consideration. The next comment is from Christy Cornwell, and the title is, please issue an emergency moratorium on evictions to protect our vulnerable residents. Dear City Council, good evening. My name is Christy Cornwell, and I am the Regional Community Health Investment Lead for Mission Hospital. I am writing to urge the Dana Point City Council to issue a citywide moratorium on evictions to protect the most vulnerable residents in our community. As Providence St. Joseph's Health, we believe health is a human right. Everyone deserves the chance to live their healthiest life possible, especially those who are poor and vulnerable. But it's not easy to take care of your health when you don't have a safe place to call home. We are concerned that Governor Newsom's recent executive order N-37-20 on evictions is causing confusion among renters and landlords alike, and does not preclude landlords from filing eviction lawsuits. Although billed as a moratorium, the executive order merely gives residential tenants affected by COVID-19 who are in process of being evicted extra time to respond after being served with a summons. Therefore, the order only applies to tenants already served with court documents and does not address the underlying issue of protecting renters from being evicted during this volatile time. We are also concerned by the governor's order does not require landlords to postpone collection of rent to a later date for renters economically impacted by COVID-19. Without providing tenants sufficient time to stabilize, many renters will not have the means to pay back rent, resulting in a looming wave of evictions just as our recovery efforts begin. Many cities in Orange County have enacted moratorium covering residential tenants unable to pay because of COVID-19 financial hardships, and we encourage you to do the same. Mission Hospital is committed to finding ways to ensure that this crisis does not further exacerbate our housing challenges. Thank you for your consideration and support. Sincerely, Christy Cornwell. The next public comment is from Richard Gardner, and the subject is COVID financial impacts. Kathy Ward, would you please ask the council to study and report the impacts on the city due to the pandemic? With reduced crime and traffic violations, perhaps adjustments in the sheriff contract could be considered. All non-essential contracts such as landscaping, tree trimming, and other maintenance should be considered for postponement. The staff should plan how we will cover the reduction in revenue from empty hotels and restaurants. Signed, Richard Gardner. The last comment I have at this point is from Tony Nelson. Dear Dana Point City Council members and City Manager, I'm writing to you once again, and I sincerely hope for the last time to urge you to protect the derelict historic structure that once thrived as the Seaside Inn. As you know, the property was placed into receivership almost 3 years ago. At that time, reasonable protections were put in place to safeguard it pending renovation. The site was surrounded with fencing. Plywood was placed over the windows and doors to protect the structure from both vandalism and the elements. In addition, security guards were engaged at least part of the time. It was by no means pretty, but it was at least safe. Today, virtually all of the plywood has been removed and intruders have broken every window and door, causing damage and destroying the balconies, rendering them unsafe. They have left behind prolific and profane graffiti, trash, and clear evidence of pet and human meals being consumed on premises. It is obvious that people can easily enter the property. There is a well-worn path through the underbush on Palisades Drive and a large man-sized gap next to the fencing at the east end. A large section of fence was down for several days. Someone has tampered with a section of adjacent chain link fencing, allowing easy access from the vacant lot next door. Residents understand that the courts are closed and it may not be possible to pursue a residential of the lawsuit for some time. What we don't understand is the city's failure to do whatever it can to protect the structure while we await final resolution. You may argue that any mitigation is the responsibility of the receiver. In that case, please contact him and ask him for permission. If the original owner is blocking protection efforts, please ask our city attorney for help. I am aware of several instances where the city has performed mitigation on behalf of neglectful owners and has been able to legally recover costs. The materials needed consist of a few sheets of plywood, some nails, and a couple of days of labor. If the city is unable to cover this cost, perhaps local lumber stores and contractors would be willing to donate materials or labor in service to the community. I have no doubt that funding can be found and a couple of workers could easily take care of this while maintaining the necessary social distancing. I urge you to find a way to mitigate further damage and avoid possible liability due to the inherent safety hazards. Ultimately, your choice to either preserve or continue to neglect this historic in will speak volumes about your priorities. We need you to show that you care not only about this significant part of our history and culture, but about your residents who are embarrassed and appalled by the condition of this once charming inn at the entrance of our community. Please do the right thing and protect the Seaside Inn. Thank you, Tony Nelson, Capital Cares. Okay, now I guess I need to check my email.
Well, what I'll do, Madam Clerk, is obviously we'll give you a second to rest. But what I'll say is go ahead, check your email to see if any comments came in while you were reading other public comments. And after you've done that, I'm going to close the public comments, the general public comment section of the meeting. So go ahead and take a moment to review your emails and let me know what you find.
Okay, I do have a few. I'm going to send them to Robert. He's going to print them out. It'll be easier to read.
Madam Clerk, if I could suggest, I believe all of the council members have access to their email. If you want to forward them by email, we can follow along as you read them now. So if you simply want to forward those emails to us, we can continue moving forward.
Okay, I can forward them to each council member. And then would you like me to read them out loud later, possibly?
Well, we're in new territory here. I think what I'm saying is we're going to close public comment now.
Okay.
So if you received any emails while you're speaking, those will be the last public comments.
Okay,
If they're entitled public comment general, then we'll go ahead and read them now. Although I didn't actually note what time it was when we started public comments. Not sure if anyone else did. No, not seeing anyone else did. Let me ask you this. How many are there, Madam Clerk?
really, there is one that is a question, which I don't know that I consider that a public comment, but she did list it stating public comment. Another one is she didn't list it as a public comment, but she listed it as, the subject matter, Santa Clara Avenue. And she stated, "Dear council members." And the third one is actually a question, and it's not really a public comment.
We'll go ahead and read the
Other two?
Read the two public comments, and
Okay.
then we will close the general section of public comments.
Okay. Okay, the first one is from Steph Sierra, and the question is, can you please consider fining people if they are not following the social distancing rules? I know they are doing that in Los Angeles. The second one is from Donna Mendoza. The subject is Santa Clara Avenue. Dear City Council members, please continue to monitor Santa Clara Avenue, as many people are still parking and walking along the street to walk dogs or simply walk around to look down at the marina. I realize this is a lovely street and I know why people come here, but this is a time of stay at home. These folks continue to drive in on any given sunny day, and people are arriving over some with and without masks during this time. As a resident of the street, I find myself thinking, what time is best for me to walk around and get exercise? I teach at home, so I'm hoping to get some fresh air outside my door without driving, but yet it's difficult at times during the weekend. Furthermore, I've witnessed people remaining in their vehicles for prolonged periods of time just outside my window. Last weekend, I witnessed a group of 4 motorcycles arrive, and those driving them got out and walk around, not return back for hours. In another instance, a family with small children popped up with their VW van wagon and changed inside of it. I realized that people have the right to walk in the open air, but consistent monitoring needs to continue under the governor's orders to stay at home. Thank you. Sincerely, Donna Mendoza Feta. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I do have a question. You said the last one was a question. Was it labeled public comment?
It was labeled subject Santa Clara Avenue, and then dear city council members.
Even if it's a question, you can go ahead and read that last public comment if it's clear that it's addressed to the city council members and was sent during the public comment period. I think you should go ahead and read it.
Do you want me to reread it? I'm
Well,
sorry.
I thought you said there was a third one that was.
No, the third one actually was, until I opened it up, it asked if the council meeting had started yet.
Okay, then that's not, you don't need to read that during public comments. Okay.
All right,
All right,
thank you.
thank you. With that, I will go ahead and close the general public comments and move on to the next section of the agenda, which is our council reports. So I will go around the horn to our council members and ask if they have anything to report. I'll start with Councilmember Wyatt.
I have turned in my list of meetings to the city clerk, and I have nothing else to report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lewis.
Yes, thanks. So this is reporting comments, right?
Yes, we're at the council reports section of the agenda after public comments.
Okay, so I have two comments I'd like to make, please. The first is that I have previously expressed to the city my total disagreement with holding the farmers market in the city during the stay-at-home order period. And I want to reiterate that disagreement here tonight. Our local grocery stores have plenty of produce. My husband, who does the shopping with his mask and his gloves and eye gear, has been into the Smart and Final, Ralph, Albertsons, Gels's, and they're all well stocked with produce. The risk of carrying in booths, tables, and other things that people are touching, not to mention the people coming in to hold the farmers market and go to the farmers market, just doesn't have any offsetting benefits for that risk. At the same time, the city is putting out this COVID-19 update in which it cites the Chamber of Commerce telling people to shop local. Well, I agree, and I encourage everyone shop local, and I would say that the city should discontinue the farmers market until the stay-at-home order has been lifted. Shop local. And I want to thank the grocery store workers for being there for us, risking their health. I really appreciate it. They are needed, and we can't thank them enough. And in fact, the way we can thank them the most is by spending our dollars in our local grocery stores, helping to save jobs. The grocery stores operate on thinnest of margins anyway. So let's show them our support because they've supported us. I also would like to thank all the local workers here in our restaurants and our pharmacies and other essential services because they're doing yeoman's work for us, and we really appreciate that. My next comment is on the Seaside Inn. Someone has, I think it was Ms. Nelson who talked about the Seaside Inn, and I just want to say that I haven't been there, but I have seen pictures. And the pictures seem to show that the fencing is unsecured. There's a lot of broken windows. They've pointed out pet bowls. So it seems like people are there, living there, staying there. This is an untenable situation. If the receiver can't or won't fix it, then my position is the city has to. You know, we're talking about boarding up some windows, closing up some fences. We don't have to put all new fencing in, but where there's gaps in the fencing, we need to do something so that people can't get in and out of there. The cost of these things is going to be minimal, especially when you compare it to the possible ghost ship situation that was experienced up in Oakland a couple of years ago. And during this pandemic, the health and safety hazard if people are getting in there, staying there, and then, walking around the city. So I would encourage the city as strongly as I can that if the receiver can't make this secure, that the city invests, a few $1,000s, whatever it costs to buy some plywood and some fencing, and make sure that this area is secured so people can't get in there and can't stay in there, and this doesn't become a health and safety hazard. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a couple reports. First of all, I'd like to report that, for those of you who didn't know, CEO Mike Craven from the Toll Roads Border Agency has retired, and he is going to stay on until we can appoint an interim. We want to wish Mike good luck. It was a pleasure working with them, and good luck in his future endeavors. We hope everything, whatever he does in the future works well for him. The other thing I wanted to report is, like I stated a week ago, I really truly believe testing is the key to this COVID issue. We need the data to understand how it's moving, who's most susceptible to it, why they have this susceptibility. We need data on this to understand how we're going to move forward with this and create a plan on how we move forward. That being said, OCFA, who has a past chair of the board, has secured 40 fingerprint tests that they're going to be evaluating how they work through with 40 of our firefighters. And hopefully we're going to adopt this test to whoever it may be, to test our first responders, make sure that we're not sending anybody out that has tested positive, and more importantly, put it into their toolkits so when they actually interact with people in our communities, they can go ahead and test them and make sure we root out whoever has the virus and take appropriate actions on that. So we're excited about that here and what's going to be going forward. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this on our resolution here, item number 6. And so I'll reserve my time on that item. And with that, I've turned in my list of meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
First, I'd just like to, I've turned in my list of meetings. I'd like to comment on the farmer's market. I've been out there and observed the 2 iterations of the farmer's market since we reopened it. And I'd like to let the entire public know it's every bit as safe or safer than our grocery stores. Social distancing is 100% feasible and practical there. There's hand wash stations, and all the vendors are using every public safety measure and personal protective measure that they can. And those are local vendors. They're the same vendors that have been supporting our farmers market for a long, long time. And so if we are able to safely support them so that they can come back when this is all said and done, then I think that's great. And on a positive note, I'd just like to remind people that our local animal shelter, which happens to be in San Clemente, but it serves Dana Point, is still open by appointment for animal adoptions. And some good news is that a number of dogs over the last 2 weeks have been adopted out. And while people might have a lot more time right now if they're considering an animal, the animal shelter, the Dana Point San Clemente Animal Shelter, is still open by appointment for adoptions. That's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. And I'll just quickly state, I have nothing to report, no meetings to turn in, but I would like to say welcome to our new city manager, Mr. Killebrew, and thanks for going to work. I know it's in the middle of an emergency, but I'm glad that you're on board and we had a seamless transition. So welcome. Having said that, we'll move on to public hearings. There are no public hearings. Next is unfinished business. And that brings us to item 6, adopting a resolution ratifying Amendment 2 to the proclamation declaring the existence of a local emergency. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council. Before you tonight is Amendment 2 to the emergency proclamation that had originally been enacted back on March 16th for the city of Dana Point's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The original and amended emergency proclamation serve two primary purposes for the city: to make the city eligible for disaster assistance funds from both the state and federal government should those funds become available, and to provide shorter timelines for procurement of disaster-related goods and services should they become necessary. Amendment 1 was dated March 27th and began addressing some of the public areas that were closed and consistent with guidance the city had received from federal, state, and county health authorities. There was an initial list of closures attached to that Amendment 1 that has been updated and is reflected in the attachment to tonight's amended order. Anyone interested in seeing those details can do so on our city website at danapoint.org, along with other helpful information. The revised Amendment 2 before you tonight adds additional facilities to the closures that have been listed in Amendment 1, and also includes or incorporates two additional provisions. The first additional provision is that recreational vehicles, or RVs, are permitted to be parked in front of the resident's home for longer than 72 hours, which typically is not allowed, when it is being used to address issues caused by COVID-19. And it is subject to a permit from our Public Works Department. So call the city if you need a permit, if you plan on parking an RV in front of your house for COVID-related reasons. The second additional provision orders that lodging establishments, that includes hotels and short-term rentals, be used in a manner consistent with the governor's stay-at-home order, which means these businesses may continue to operate only if they are providing shelter for medical workers, first responders, persons displaced by COVID-19, persons experiencing homelessness, whether it was an existing issue for them or sudden in nature, or other similar circumstances. These establishments are not to operate to accommodate vacation or leisure travel. Happy to report that all of the city's core functions continue to operate consistent with the guidelines of the federal, state, and county health authorities. Staff is also available to provide assistance via telephone, email, and through information on our website at, again, danapoint.org. The city also publishes a daily community update email with the latest information from official sources about COVID-19 and the community's response to the pandemic. I encourage anyone interested, again, to go to our website, danapoint.org, and subscribe for our almost daily email updates. They're very thorough and comprehensive. City staff is actively working also with our local nonprofit partners to serve our senior community and others affected during this pandemic. Our staff has converted our senior congregate lunch programs that take place at the city's community center and also the senior weekly commodity distribution program into a grab and go and also home delivery commodities program. Combined, they're operating 5 days per week. And then in addition, staff is also contacting a growing list of 220 seniors each week. That is, this number's doubled since we began this a couple of weeks ago. And it's checking on them and seeing if their needs are being met, if they've got food, and if they've got other supplies that they might need, including toilet paper, hand sanitizer, and go on down the list. We are trying to cater to to our seniors that are pretty much stuck in their homes at this point in time and need a hand. We know that the COVID-19 virus is in every community in Orange County, and health authorities have stressed the need for people to stay home and practice physical distancing when out for essential activities. The city's #1 priority is to protect the health and welfare of our residents, and all of our efforts are focused at this point in that regard. Please limit your time out to shopping for essentials, seeking medical assistance, and or caring for a loved one or a neighbor. If you need to get outside for fresh air and exercise, please do so within walking or running distance of your home. We all need to do our part to protect the health and welfare of our neighbors and our community. Please note that we have a limited number of staff in attendance at tonight's meeting. As you know, 4 of our council members are teleconferencing in. We are exercising every bit of action that we can take to, live up to the orders from the state and the county regarding social distancing. If you have specific questions that I can't answer tonight, Mr. Mayor and Council, please give us a moment to reach out to our staff who might have the information but aren't in this room. They are watching and available by phone. With that, we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to council. I will move the recommended action.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Before the council discusses the item, I just wanted to emphasize something so we have a clear record on this. The First Amendment 2 was executed on April 2nd by Mr. Denny. Since that time, there was a few additional things that needed to be addressed that are included in what we've referred to as the revised Amendment 2 that you have before you, which was executed by Mr. Killebrew. The resolution that you'll be adopting tonight will be ratifying the revised Amendment 2, and everything that was in the original Amendment 2 that's substantive is also in the revised Amendment 2. This is all spelled out in your staff report. I just wanted to emphasize that so we have a clear record on it. Thank you.
Okay, so to be clear, we passed an emergency resolution. We ratified it.
Ed,
We,
this is Councilmember Wyatt. I will second your motion.
okay. All right. Thank you, Councilor Wyatt. And just again, to be clear, to repeat my understanding for everyone's understanding at home, there was an emergency declaration signed by the former city manager. We ratified that. There was a First Amendment to that emergency declaration, again, signed by the former city manager. We ratified that last week. The former city manager issued a Second Amendment to the emergency declaration. I believe it was on the date of our last council meeting. If I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken. But at any rate, it was after the fact, and between the time when he signed the Second Amendment to the emergency declaration, we have since revised it. That revision has been signed by our new city manager, Mr. Killebrew, and that is simply a revision of the Second Amendment. And what we're voting on tonight will incorporate everything signed, which was signed by Mr. Denny in the Second Amendment, as well as the revisions made by Mr. Killebrew.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So with that having been said, we have a motion and a second. I'll go around the horn for discussion. I will start with Councilman Wyatt.
Yes, I'm in support of these changes put in the Second Amendment, the revised Second Amendment. I think that ultimately what we've learned as we deal with this is that the only way to overcome this is to limit mixing of with the public and each other as much as possible. And basically, we know that many people with this virus do not know they have it. So at this point, until time passes, you have to assume that everybody has it and act as though that were the case. And so distancing and protecting everybody from each other is the right move. We've been asked to do it by federal, state, and local government. I think we need to be all in on doing this for a short period of time and getting over the hurdle. I'm encouraged by the fact that the number of cases reported in Dana Point has held level for the past several days. It's not increasing in the counties. Increase has slowed quite a bit, holding around 50 a day now, which is much better and not increasing. So there's hope on the horizon, and I think we need just a little bit more time to begin to see the impact of this. So I support doing what we can I also think it's important, and you can tell from some of the short-term rental comments tonight, to make it clear that our short-term rentals, our hotels, our motels, our resorts have all been given the same guidance on how they're to operate, and we haven't placed any one of them with with different rules than the others. I think that's important to have it restated in this emergency declaration amendments. I think that was very useful. So I'm in support of it, and that's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lewis?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, so I looked at the revised order, one, small thing, I guess. There are 2 section 5s. So we'll probably want to correct that. In terms of, let me see here. In terms of the short-term rental hotel thing, I see no enforcement mechanism. I noticed that Newport Beach on Friday temporarily banned their short-term rentals during this coronavirus, with the exceptions of medical workers and emergency responders, which made sense to me. And they said that, let's see, where was this here? Well, one of the Newport Beach City Council members, in response to a concern by a short-term rental owner, and this Councilman Herdman himself is a landlord, he's quoted as, "Mortgage relief is out there. I took advantage of it. I made a very simple phone call to my mortgage lender yesterday. My lack of income for rentals is being offset by mortgage relief." So anybody who has a mortgage and in short-term rental, I would highly recommend and urge them to seek that remedy as well. But Newport Beach had built-in violations. Any property owner who violates the ordinance will receive a $1,000 fine for the first time. Second violation results in the suspension of the owner's short-term permit for a year, and a third results in the owner losing the permit and not being allowed to reapply for a year. So I wanted to know, okay, so we send out this letter. What are the enforcement mechanisms that the city is using to make sure that these rentals are in fact complying with the stay-at-home order?
First of
Would like
all,
someone in the city staff to address that, please.
Is that, who are you addressing it to, Councilmember Lewis? Just anyone or someone specific?
Who's ever appropriate in the city staff. I don't know if that would be the city manager or, head of community development.
Okay, well, I'll start by asking city manager.
since I'm the one in the room, Councilmember Lewis, the neighbors or any complainants are always encouraged to utilize our 24/7 complaint hotline, which is area code 435. And they can look up STRHELP, or it's 435-787-4357 if they have a concern regarding activity at a short-term rental. If the activity is so egregious and of such an annoyance, they're also welcome to call the Sheriff's Department non-emergency hotline at 949-770-6011. And as far as actions that the city could take if we catch somebody violating this order, I believe we could, and I'm looking at the city attorney at this point in time, but we could escalate penalties in this. We are seeking compliance, like the Sheriff's Department has said, in regards to all of these orders. First to seek compliance and then to escalate. I believe it would be within our authority. If we catch somebody violating this, it would qualify as violating any law, and their current permits that are in place, we could go up to and including revoking the permit. But there is an administrative process related to that. I'll turn to the city attorney if he's got any other input.
Yes, in addition to revoking a short, well, first of all, it assumes that whoever the operator is is a lawful short-term rental operator. Presuming that's the case,
Yes.
we could revoke the permit that we have issued. In addition, there are specific misdemeanor penalties for violating the state order. Our office could prosecute that. It's under Government Code Section, going off the top of my head, I want to say it's 8536, if I remember correctly. The order, or violation of the order, would also be a violation of our municipal code, which authorizes the issuance of the order. So that is a separate misdemeanor that could be prosecuted. In essence, Councilmember, we could take any action that we could take with respect to really any code violation, with the added, I should say, penalty provided by the government code with respect to emergency orders.
Okay. Okay. Basically, it will be reactive in terms of waiting, having a neighbor make some sort of complaint. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I suppose if we knew about it under the circumstances in some
Yeah.
other means, we could take action. And in light of the emergency services, or I'm sorry, the emergency situation, I don't think we would wait to simply be reactive. If we knew about something, we wouldn't ignore it in this context. But we have to be made aware of the issue in order to address it one way or another.
Okay, and I just want to remind people that I'm looking at the data that I've seen. We're talking about over 60% of the owners live outside of Dana Point. So my first concern is for Dana Point residents, and I would encourage anybody who has an issue to avail themselves of these various numbers and the sheriff's department to make sure that the stay-at-home orders are being complied with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis, Councilman
Yeah.
Miller?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I thought are you finished, Councilmember Lewis, or do you have more?
Yes. With that clarification, I'm in support of this.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councilman Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, we've been through this, and I don't think I need to re-chew the dirt that I went through last week about the issues of this, but that I don't agree with. In general, I do agree with what we're doing here. However, I want to go back to the testing issue that I brought up last week. The shelter in place is just a fear reaction. We don't have enough information. There is no control group on whether this is going to work or not. Yeah, it is what we have right now. So I do practice it as best as I can. But we have to understand one size doesn't fit all in this situation. There are states all over this country that aren't implementing shelter in place. Iowa, Florida, Nebraska, North Dakota, and they're not seeing a big spread of this virus right now. There are certain areas of Texas that don't experience a spread of this virus. We have to take a look at this on an area by area position. We need data. We need testing. The whole idea that the shelter in place is going to save us all is ridiculous to me. As soon as we remove the shelter in place, you're going to see a resurgence of this virus. It's out there, and we're doing everything we can to mitigate it as best we can, but it's not going away. After it's done, this stuff is going to show up again. So what we need to be doing right now is testing. We need to understand who in our communities has this. We don't know right now unless they show up exhibiting symptoms. Our grocery stores are open. There may be somebody in the grocery store that has it, but it's not exhibiting symptoms and is spreading it. Our first responders, we don't know if they're not exhibiting symptoms. We're not testing them right now. We don't know if they're spreading this virus or not. Testing is available, and we need to get out there. Antibody tests exist today. They're a quick turnaround. They will know in minutes whether or not you test positive for the antibodies, which is important for us to know. We need to know if you've had it or if you have it now. And there are tests out there that'll tell you, do you have an active strain of the virus right now, or do you have the antibodies from it? We have the antibodies, still to this day, we don't know if that immunes you from getting this virus again. With everything we know, it does, but we don't know that for sure. We need that data. We need to figure out how this is going to work as we go forward. The test we have right now, the nose swab, is 75% effective, costs thousands of dollars, and it takes days to get that information back. We can know in minutes if somebody tests positive. Do we need to shelter them in place right now? Do they need quarantine? Do they need to be isolated? Do they need to be in the hospital? We can find out most of that information from a finger stick test. The Stanford University is doing this right now, and I want to thank one of our residents, Penny Maynard, for forwarding the article to me. They just tested 3,200 people up at Stanford because they know they need the data to figure out how this thing is actually working, what can we learn from it, and how do we get back to work. OCFA, I mentioned it earlier, just secured 40 test kits. We're gonna test some of our first responders. We're gonna see how this thing works. We have first responders that have tested positive. Hopefully, we're using it on them to find out how this thing tests for the antibodies. Can these guys go back to work or not? We have members of OCFA, our firefighters, that are terrified to go home to their families after a shift because they do not want to take this virus into their home for whatever their reasons may be. They're there, and we have to house those firefighters. We can't make them go home. We need to have a test that allows them to know you're clean. You can go see your family, or you need to be quarantined. With that said, I was watching the news this morning. Governor Cuomo from the state of New York just introduced his program called Restart Life, and it's all about testing for antibodies. The FDA has approved it for the state of New York to do it. They're waiting for their EUAs. Excuse me, and they're going to move forward with this. And the whole idea is to figure out if you have the antibody, can you go back to work? Can we get people back into the workforce? They're looking at things that I've been talking about for weeks, that we need to have a plan. Can we take our younger residents? Is it okay for them to be out working? We don't know that because we throw everybody in a house and just hide in place because we don't know what to do on this. That's fine for an initial reaction to this, but that's not fine going forward. That is not the ultimate solution unless you're going to have us shelter in place for the rest of our lives and never have any contact. We are not out tracking the numbers of bankruptcies, divorces, domestic violence cases, depression, everything that goes along with this. We need to understand not just the economic implications and consequences, but the social consequences of this. We're not even talking about that. We need to get these tests out there. It didn't shock me, and I told people what was going to happen as soon as Governor Cuomo did it in New York. California's going to follow. Governor Newsom this afternoon approved antibody testing. It's out there. People realize the value in it. This is all about data. We need to understand how this affects us going forward, and how do we get our economy restarted, and how do we get people to a point where they can start interacting with each other and get back to whatever the new normal is going to be over this. But we need to be out there thinking about this. And the city of Dana Point has an opportunity to lead. And the county of Orange, for whatever reason, has been dragging their feet on these types of tests. And that's why I pushed it at OCFA, and we're moving forward there. I think we need to be doing the same thing in Dana Point. We need to test all of our first responders down here. We need to test our staff. And we need to make this test available to all of our residents. We should be working with some of these labs that are out there doing it, or whoever the manufacturer is that produces the kits. Because if we don't do it now, I've already talked to the people that have these test kits. They're getting harder and harder to find because places like New York and New Jersey agree this is important information for us to have, and they're buying up every kit they can get their hands on right now. We could be left in the dust and have no opportunity to get this. We need to get out front of this thing now. We need to take action as a city and see what we can do to help our residents and hopefully get some people back to work and get our economy restarted. As we all know, TOT is our biggest source of revenue, and we're going to be struggling. We're going to have to make some very, very difficult choices moving forward this year on how we're going to address the loss of revenue that coronavirus has caused. And so I think it's in the city's best interest And I'm gonna actually hope I have support from this council to direct staff to take a look at this testing, coming up with a plan on how we can get people back into our communities, get our shops reopened, get our restaurants reopened. We need a plan on how to do that. I'm not saying that we should open them all at once and everybody get back out there, but we need to have a plan on how we're going to go about doing that. So with that, I would like to, and I don't know if that's appropriate because I don't really want to change our resolution tonight. And maybe this is a question for Mr. Munoz. Is this something we would have to bring to another council meeting, or how do I make that? I don't know if it's a motion or a recommendation just to direct staff to start down this path.
I think that what you're discussing relates generally enough to the topic on the agenda that if the council's inclined to ask staff to investigate it, well, first of all, it doesn't even have to be on the agenda for you to ask staff to look into it. I don't think it could be part of council comments, but to have full council support for it, it needs to be on the agenda. And I think this is close enough to that agenda item that if there's two other members of the council that want to weigh in on that, that's the kind of a thing that staff can go look at and bring back at a future council meeting.
Okay, well, I'd like to direct staff to do that, and hopefully I'll have support for it.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Councilman Miller, before we go around the horn again?
That's it. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to say that I continue to support the measures that the city's taking, and briefly, with respect to our lodging establishments, I really want to thank all of them, our hotels and our short-term rentals, for all basically agreeing, because I know the city's put this letter out already and spoken with all of them previously. We're just now adding it to our emergency declaration, but thank them for agreeing to not host any leisure travel right now for the duration of the stay-at-home order. And I'm confident that the reasonable, responsible owners are doing everything that they need to do. And while I encourage our residents to continue to follow all the rules, I would just say before anyone calls the police on someone, I would ask them to ask themselves, where would they stay if this rain right now caused a roof leak in their house, or if they had a broken pipe in their house tonight, and understand that our lodging establishments are not all about vacations, but they provide important lodging to our essential infrastructure workers and our own local residents who sometimes just need a furnished place to stay. So thanks to all of those establishments for doing everything they can to follow the rules. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. I'll make a couple of quick comments. I, of course, support this revised emergency declaration. I just, want to assure the people that, we here, and now that you heard about the process, we do have a director of emergency services. Our city manager is daily assessing the situation, and as things change, we adapt to it. And, I certainly wish we could do one declaration and come back and review it and declare the emergency over. But while we are still in this, I understand and appreciate that we're going to be looking at this really on a daily basis to make sure that we are doing everything we can to defeat this virus and get us back to life as we knew it. And I can assure you that the leadership of your city is doing just that. So I'm going to support this motion. And I guess just to address the comments made by Councilman Miller, I agree with everything he said. I don't think anybody disagrees that more data is better. But the direction of we need to start thinking about how to get people back to work. And that's on a local level. That's what we would be doing. Of course, this is going on at the national level. How do we reopen the economy? And, in terms of giving direction to start planning for it, I think we're already planning for it. Everyone knows that we are going to reopen the economy at some point. We need to help out our small businesses. We need to help out our residents, the people that live here and shop at those small businesses. So, I guess my comment on that is, I'm not opposed to, saying let's figure that out. I think we're already thinking, or we're going to be thinking about how to get that done. But of course, the reality is we have to address what's on the ground right now. We have, only so many resources and so many hours in the day to address what is happening. So I certainly don't oppose telling staff that, hey, let's start looking at a way to reopen the city. But I think we're already doing that, certainly. And so in terms of giving direction to them, I think it's already been done, and the staff, we have such an excellent staff, they already assumed it. So I guess that's a way of saying I'm in support of giving that direction, but I'm not really sure they need it. So having said that, we can go around the horn one more time for any further comments in reaction to what's already been said. I'll start with Councilman Wyatt.
So I have a few comments. First of all, on terms of enforcing the rules for lodging here in the city. We've established with this, and this is simply adding to our order, so it's readily visible, the conditions under which you should be renting out rooms in a hotel or a short-term rental, which is basically, it can't be for vacation and leisure travel. There's a list set of essential reasons for that travel or that stay. So in terms of enforcement, I think it's true that we do want to enforce it, but that enforcement, whatever it is for our hotels or a resort or for a short-term rental, need to be consistent. We've asked them all to play by the same rules, and we need to enforce them all equally too, in my view. In terms of the request to staff by Councilman Miller, I agree. We've gotten directives after directive from federal, state, and county that we try to adapt to on a virtually daily basis to be consistent and be part of the larger group, so to make the whole thing work. But when they start to unwind that, the rules about how to really deal with the situation in a given city will really need to come from the city and local people here. So starting to plan about bringing businesses back online, and what are the first set of businesses that we really need to get up, and why, and and how would we go about doing it, and what things should we be asking for from our state and local state and county government to help make sure that we're prepared when that opportunity exists. So I agree that we should start to think about how it would happen, because just removing all the rules and hope that it all figures itself out is probably not a good idea. And we could start sooner if we're methodical and not. We don't want to have a free-for-all that simply causes the virus to reappear. So we're going to have to be thoughtful about how to bring that back on very methodically. And I agree with Councilman Miller that we should start planning that now. So I would support his directive to staff to do that. I do worry about, overstating the need for testing. Test results and testing, and I'm an engineer, so I like data too. But ultimately, anybody who interacts with the public, it doesn't matter. You could interact with one person in public, or obviously your odds are better if you're sitting at the checkout clerk and you're dealing with 50 to 200 people a day or whatever may have come through that line. You would have to be tested every night to know whether you had acquired the virus, and and symptoms started showing up that day. The same with many of them. So literally, as soon as you interact with another individual, then you have the potential of having it pass to you. So this is seeing all that helps, but testing, testing doesn't help if you're continuing to mix people who have been tested with those who don't. The only thing that the antibody test does, which is useful, is find out people who have had it and now have developed antibodies, so they're less likely to reacquire it, although we don't know the data on that yet, and therefore feel like they would be somewhat safer not to acquire when they were facing the public at a large. But ultimately, we're going to have to, the virus has an incubation period of 14 days, and that time it will either show symptoms or not. And we just need to get through not mixing to the minimal degree possible as a community. Or, we can't do it in 14 days, unfortunately, because we can't have the mixing to zero. But in a 3-week period of time, you can minimize the mixing to where people who had it and didn't know it would either have recovered and never knew they had it, or have gotten sick and know they had it and get tested and dealt with. So we need a little bit more time. I think we likely are nearing the apex of when the cases will continue to increase as they have been, although we don't quite know that yet. But we still needed more time to have as little mixing between those who are carrying it and those who are not, in order to let the incubation period for people who have it and don't know it pass. I think we have a little bit more use. I'm in support of this. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lewis?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I don't think there's anybody who's saying we don't want testing and we don't want to obtain data. So I want that clear. We're all on that page, not just our city council. I mean, we're just all on that page. But as Mr. Wyatt said, testing makes a lot of sense for the first responders. You want to test them often. You want to make sure they're not infected. So because they are the most likely people to get infected, they're in close contact with infected people constantly. So it makes a lot of sense to save what testing we have for people who actually need it, and the rest of us stay home, wear masks when you go out, wear your gloves and eyewear to be the most safe when you have to go out for essentials. And in terms of antibody testing, again, great. I think everybody thinks this is something that's going to be helpful in terms of getting people back out there as quickly as possible. But since this is what they call a novel virus, a new virus, no one knows how long that immunity lasts. 20 to 30% of colds are caused by the coronavirus. So while no one is saying, we're going to stay at home permanently, what we need to do is let the scientists gather reliable data before we rush back into removing the safety net. We don't want people to have some false sense of security. Oh, I have an antibody, so I can go out now with abandon. So we need to let the scientists be the first line out there and not, as they say, cut the cord to the parachute before we know what's safe and what's not safe. And let me just echo Mr. Vizorik's comments about putting discussions in place for what happens once we start reopening. Those discussions are taking place. We've talked about it. I have every faith that the city is doing that, on a daily basis, looking to the future without any additional prodding from us. I have no problem saying, yes, okay, please do that, but I have every faith that they are already doing that, and that is their first priority. And we are moving in the direction of planning how to reopen our city once we are assured by our medical and experts that it is safe to do so. So until then, I would encourage everyone, stay home. If you have to go out, put on your mask, wear your gloves, and wear your eyewear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's just be clear. The testing is for data. The reason that Stanford issued 3,200 fingerprint tests, they need data to do exactly what everybody on this call just said. We don't know anything about it yet. We're kind of wandering around in the dark. We don't really know how it operates. So we need this data. We need this test. The reason they're doing it is for that reason. 3,200 people were the general public that they gave this test to. They need to know how it's moving through our communities. They need to know who has the antibodies, who doesn't. How does it work? I need to know if you have the antibodies so I can track you to gather that data as we move forward. If I don't even know if you had it and you're doing the antibodies, I didn't know. You may have an antibody that makes you immune to it. Okay. There are studies out there, and it looks like people, I'm not going to start a rumor on this, but there are studies out there that show that if you have type O positive blood, you're not as susceptible to this virus. This is brand new. People are finding these things out because of these types of tests. And they go out, they collect a lot of data. We need that. I'm not saying that once you test that you've got the antibodies, you can run out and do whatever you want. The shelter in place is still there. But again, how long are we going to stay sheltered in place? The scientists are trying to figure this out. If we go down the path of the FDA, we're not going to get out of our houses for the next 20 years when they finally figure out, hey, we've got a vaccine for it, and these tests are FDA approved now. That's what's going on. The Canadian Healthcare Agency, which is their version of the FDA, is approving this test as we speak. It'll be on their website tomorrow. So it's out there. There are other countries looking at this that absolutely understand it. They realize we need to get in front of this thing. Testing is the key if we're going to get the information that we truly need to try to protect our community. And so all I'm saying is Data Point should be involved in that. For whatever reason, the county's been dragging their feet. These fingerprint tests are so inexpensive. I think if you went out to get one today, it would be about $40. That's what I paid for mine when I got tested this week because I wanted to see what it was all about and how they work. So I have been tested. I tested my whole family with them. And so, we don't currently exhibit the signs. I don't disagree with Councilmember Wyatt. That doesn't mean I can't walk out the door and contract it in 2 hours after I took the test. So there is that, but there is value in it because you do identify the people that have it or have had it. You can track them. It doesn't mean because I don't have it, I should be running around town. Maybe that should say you do need to stay sheltered in place, but the other folks may have an opportunity to get out. So those are all the types of discussions that we should be having. You're watching statewide discussions of that. There's no reason why Dana Point shouldn't participate in that and try to help gather that test data, especially when we know that the tests are here in the county. There are people willing to come down and help us administer them and try to start collecting this data. So I appreciate the support for the other issues. I think the testing support should be included in that, and Data Point should get out front of it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, real quickly, can you specify what direction are we talking about giving to staff right now?
My understanding is the direction that Councilmember Miller was referencing was that we are trying to collect data and figure out how we're going to, reopen the economy, but how the city is going to get back to normal again. That's a paraphrase, obviously.
Can I clarify the direction?
Sure.
Yes, Mayor. Okay, so I think the direction should staff should start investigating a testing protocol that we could roll out in the city of Dana Point to help test our residents, our first responders, and more importantly, our staff, so we know what's going on internally to our organization, and figure out how we get that into the larger database for the county, so that information could go on to our researchers, so we can take contribute the data that we desperately need to start solving this problem. With that, we also need to sit down and start figuring out, once we get that data and these restrictions are, I don't know, I want to say released or softened or whatever you want to say, when they start rolling them back a little bit, we have a plan in place on how we actively get involved in that and make sure that we have the right protocols in place to start opening the city. That's it.
Does that answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
Yeah, it does. And I'm fine with that. I will say, I believe the data is useless to us unless there's some agency like UC Irvine or the Orange County Healthcare Agency who's compiling and analyzing this data. We don't have the capacity or capability here at City Hall to do much with it. But I do think it's valuable to reach out to agencies and see if we can be of assistance and help contribute to that cause. So yeah, I'm happy to support that direction.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just say again, the clarification on the direction was a little broader than I had originally understood. We're getting, if we're not going to include this in the emergency declaration itself, and I don't believe we are, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call for the vote. But before I do that, I just wanted to say, now, my understanding with the clarification is we, the city, are going to be doing testing, having us look into doing the testing. And, it does, I think, warrant a much broader discussion, because I know we're not a public health agency. There's issues of, how many different agencies are doing testing and how that is all brought together and collated and made valuable to the researchers, the scientists, the people that need to know it, the costs involved, the staff hours that go into it. If we're going to insert ourselves into being sort of a mini public health agency to administer these tests, I think I need to know a little more about it. I guess in that sense, I support looking into it and finding out just what that would entail. But so I'll leave it at that. I think hopefully that's clear. But with that having been said, I think we've I don't know if I've heard it explicitly from everyone, but I think we all I've heard at least from 3 people, they support the motion to adopt this amendment to the revised amendment 2 to our our proclamation declaring the local emergency. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote, and I'll have the clerk go around for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Lewis. Do you want to state your vote?
I'm going to unmute.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Wyatt.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Yes.
May I call Councilmember Lewis again? I didn't hear your vote.
Councilmember Lewis, this is Mayor Vixoric. If you're on mute, please take it off mute. Otherwise, we'll give it a second and
Sorry, yes, it was on mute.
Okay.
Yes, I am voting for the proclamation as written.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Vic-Swarek?
Aye. So that passes 5-0. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just point out that the typographical error that Councilmember Lewis pointed out will just be corrected as a typographical error.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, that finishes the unfinished business and brings us to new business, which is item 7, the mid-fiscal year 2019-2020 budget status report. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This agenda report supersedes the one that was on the March 17th agenda. That one having been deferred at staff's recommendation, given information provided by hotels subsequent to drafting that report, that an ever-growing number of groups and individuals were canceling hotel room rentals. A couple days after March 17th, on the 19th, Governor Newsom announced the executive order to stay at home and that only essential services and thus businesses could continue operating. We've spent the past several weeks with almost daily conference calls with the general managers of our resorts, both providing them with updates regarding the ever-changing government orders, and with them also sharing with us information with regards to what they foresee happening in the near, mid, and long term in regards to their hotel operations. We've also been in regular touch with the Chamber of Commerce and many of our local businesses. In regards to the city's finances, staff has also been in close contact and monitoring what other cities are doing, the county, actions taken, state actions, federal actions, and what everybody's doing in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is not an overstatement to say that all levels of government and the private sector are still working to understand the full ramifications of COVID-19 and actions taken to mitigate its spread. With that being said, in regards to the city's general fund that pays for our sheriff services, planning, building, engineering, maintaining parks, streets, on down the list, this agenda report is simply a beginning of what will be many months of discussions regarding the extent of the financial hit we are all experiencing, but also the extent to which it will last. In this report, staff is not asking the city council to take any action on changing the general fund budget. There are no budget adjustments proposed tonight for the general fund. But at upcoming council meetings, there will be recommendations that will have to be made to amend the budget. There are adjustments to other funds proposed in this report tonight, most of which were also in the March 17th report, and much of which those funds are restricted from outside because they're from outside sources, but we still have some amendments to do there. The next slide. Absent the effect of COVID-19 that's descended upon all of us, the city's revenues were trending above budget, running in through February, and expenditures were tracking as expected. The city's reserve policy that the council adopted in the last year and other council actions have resulted in the reserves being established at the policy levels. There are monies also set aside for special purposes such as paying down the city's unfunded pension liabilities and updating the city's general plan. Council's also been able to set aside money for Doheny Village beautification, to be determined community investments, and facilities improvements. And I want to go through this slide really quickly. So by policy, the city's general fund must have an economic stability reserve. It's set there. It shows that it's funded at 4.3 million, an extreme event reserve for natural and man-made disasters, and then a running unassigned fund balance or budgeted ending fund balance reserve. They're all fully funded in this year's budget. And then I mentioned all the other designated funds that the council has been able to set aside. Next slide. Starting at the top of our revenues, starting with the largest general fund revenue, transient occupancy tax, this year's budget is set at 12.75 million. And based on collections through February, so through the first 8 months of this fiscal year, taking those actual collections and projecting them through June 30 using under normal circumstances, we would have been looking at likely over 13.4 million. So well in excess of the $12.75 million budget. And see no rooms rented out and likely not reopening to any measurable extent, hopefully by mid-June. But we'll see how the next several weeks play out with the spread of the COVID-19 virus. Post-COVID-19, so since last month, our evolving projection, and it's still changing, we're going to be getting some collections in from March hotel stays in the next week or so. Taking those forward and into June 30, it looks like we might be finishing the year at about 9.5 million instead of the $12.75 million budget, instead of the 13.4 million that we were headed toward. And that 9.5 may even go lower. Short-term rental, transient occupancy tax also is taking a hit. It was budgeted 800,000. It was already trending a little bit low for the year. But given the COVID-19 effects, we could be looking down around 500,000, so a $300,000 hit. And again, a lot of the lower end risk on these two numbers has to do with when the hotels actually start getting room stays again from visitors. So again, it could drop even more. City's second largest revenue is property tax. It's budgeted at over 9 million. And for perspective, the general fund is about $40 million. So you can place the $12.75 million of hotel taxes in respect to a $40 million budget. You can look at a $9 million contribution from property taxes toward that $40 million of annual expense to kind of put it in perspective. So property taxes are budgeted 9 million, 9.1. They were projected to finish the year a little bit better than budget, almost 9.2. They will likely incur in the next week or two. We'll find out more. Some delinquent payments are more than normal, along with some hardship COVID-19 related deferred payments. The county treasurer tax collector will be entertaining applications for folks that don't make the April 10 deadline to pay their taxes, and we'll be assessing whether or not they qualify for relief of any penalties or other costs associated with missing a payment. And I do want to point out, I saw an email while we were sitting here earlier from the treasurer tax collector is providing us by the minute updates on daily collections as we roll forward. It's April 7 today. The deadline's April 10 for payments. She said they're pretty close to last year's collection rate, which is very promising to me, but the next 3 days will say a lot as far as how many delinquencies might be happening because of the effects on individuals and property owners because of the COVID-19 hit to the economy. And then property transfer tax, the city does receive tax receipts every time a property sells as a percentage or a dollar amount per $1,000 of values of the property sold. One of our resorts did close escrow this year and provided about $250,000 one-time money. So right now, this tax revenue stream is already above the annual budget, and we will be getting some additional payments in the coming months, and possibly the close of escrow on another resort that might provide another $150,000. So we could, I said $200,000 above budget is kind of where we're headed now. It could be a little bit more than that. The city's third largest revenue is sales tax. Budgeted almost $6 million at 5.9. Based on actual collections through February, it was trending to finish this fiscal year at June 30, right about at budget, maybe a little bit under. However, restaurants and hotels, it's important to note, create about 47% of the sale of our annual sales tax revenue. So 47% of that 5.9 million. Gas stations are another 12%. So you're approaching 60% of the annual $6 million in sales taxes from hotels, restaurants, gas stations. The effects of COVID-19 on the second calendar quarter of this year are going to be absolutely devastating, with the hotels having almost zero occupancy for several months, and the effects that's having on restaurants. I know our restaurants are trying to stay alive, and I applaud the person who made the public comments earlier about trying to help our local restaurants. I know Kelly Renders and myself and many of our staff have been spending a lot of time talking with our restaurants, trying to help them stay open to some extent. But the hotels really do drive a lot of the business there, as does the harbor being open and the beaches being open. So looking at all that, we might be looking at about a $750,000 hit this fiscal year through June 30 to our annual sales tax revenue. That's closer to $6 million. This number is evolving. The state's also taken some actions to allow some businesses to defer their payments that were due, and to use that money instead of taking the sales taxes they've collected from their customers and paying it to the state, which is normal. They're allowing them to use those collections to help cover operating costs in the near term, with the plan that they'll have to pay them back at some point in time, assuming they don't go bankrupt. But there's also some discussion about the state possibly helping to backfill the city's losses to some extent for that cash flow issue. So this one's still evolving, but it will be a real loss for the sales that aren't occurring. Then the fourth largest city revenue is known as property tax in lieu. It's a complicated one, a game the state put in place many years ago, but they ended up keeping us whole through this thing called property tax in lieu. It's still expected to finish the year above budget. Then we have a myriad of licenses and permits fees, mainly associated with our planning and building and engineering services. Excuse me. Staff's been doing a yeoman's job converting everything we do here, which had typically been over-the-counter services. But the day we closed the lobby and the service counters, they've been working to convert to online drop off, a lot of phone conversations with customers that used to take place over the counter. There was a little bit of a dip in activity as we started rolling into this new world order a couple weeks ago, but late indications now, more current indications, are that activity starting to pick up again. So as staff settles into their new routines of getting work done, and we get everything else in order in the community, I'm going to be reaching back to the department saying, okay, we need to work on our updates for revenues that are coming in the door as well. So I haven't even bothered the staff too much about telling me what might be the revenue hit from the decreased activity, but we'll be rolling into that. There will likely be some. Thankfully, our budgets in these categories, licenses and permits and charges for services, we're fairly conservative and have been for several years, expecting development to eventually slow down. So we were performing well up to the point when the COVID-19 crisis hit. I do want to mention, though, that recreation revenues will suffer, given that we canceled all of our spring classes, and we're in the process right now of making refunds to all those customers. We are leaning forward to relaunching our recreation program as soon as we get a green light that everything's healthy. But there will be a hit to our recreation revenues. And then in regards to the other city general fund revenues, fines and forfeitures, we're coming in we still expect to come in a little under budget. Use of money and property, mostly from interest earnings, we still expect to finish well up above budget there. And then cost reimbursements, we expect to come in above budget. I have listed here, starting to talk about COVID-19 related expenses the city's incurring, and this is not an illustrative list, and our staff has been doing a yeoman's job. We created a way to track it in our accounting system. Every time somebody spends money on something associated with our response to COVID-19, we are tracking those expenses with the hope that at some point there will be federal, state money available to reimburse. And I know I don't have all the expenses here. I didn't print out the illustrative list of things we've been buying, but I know just off the top of my head that we had to run out when this first came up and we started talking about closing down City Hall and how we're going to continue to operate. We did run out and buy several laptop computers. We were able to work with our IT group to get remote access to our critical systems so that we could have staff working from home when we needed them to be home as opposed to being on site. So there are costs incurred there. Our whole senior program that we've converted from seniors showing up for lunch Monday through Friday and also Monday, Wednesday, Friday coming in and picking up food that's donated from local food banks and stores. We've converted that into a grab and go. So we've created a bigger pantry. We've also converted it all into, it's either grab and go where they're able to pick it up through a drive-through, or we're also delivering to homes now. And I'm talking it's food and other essential supplies. So there are some costs incurred there. We've had to fill the number of seniors we were helping, I think started the first week at about 14. The next week we were at 40. The third week we were about 65. I think this week, and I'm looking at Kelly because I know she's got these numbers up the top of her head. We're contacting over 220 now a week. They're on a call list and we spread it out amongst a lot of the recreation staff to make those calls. But that program is obviously expanded and I expect it to continue. But we are having to go and shop for some missing items at Costco and other local stores. And then we've also reached out to additional food banks and we're getting additional supplies donated. Restaurants have donated. Our hotel resorts have been awesome and have been donating goods that they had in stock. Anyway, so we are incurring expenses. We are tracking all of them. So over the coming weeks here, we will be working to update the revenue and expense projections and also start tackling some of the different ideas we're going to have to come up with to address the revenue shortfalls, not just for fiscal year 20, but as hopefully the economy starts rebuilding. I don't expect to have a full year of normal revenues next year because it's going to take time for things to come back around. There are no general fund budget adjustments recommended in this report, but we will have them on future council agendas. Staff will continue to keep council and the community informed, and we'll return for discussion and direction. All options must be considered. And finally, most of it was in the March 17th report, but we did have other funds where there's recommended adjustments. I do want to run through this list. I know it looks long, but I'll make it quick. Gas taxes, we're not recommending any budget adjustments right now. We do expect, because of COVID-19 and the number of miles driven and gas purchased by folks, that those revenues will drop. We're waiting for numbers to come from the state to see how much. We did have a fund balance in there, though, that we will be able to lean on to make sure that these monies all go toward streets projects. I'm pretty confident that we'll still be able to handle funding all of our planned projects. We were, very thankful that we were essentially about, anywhere between a half a year and a year behind on spending these. So there was a natural reserve built in. Measure M, no budget adjustments. This is the countywide sales tax ad that goes toward a lot of our capital projects for streets. No budget adjustments. Receipts may dip. Orange County Transportation Authority started talking about it yesterday at an executive committee meeting. My understanding is they do have contingency reserves for dips in the economy, and they're talking about possibly using those to cover any shortfalls that might occur from a dip in the sales tax, the Measure M sales tax. Our road maintenance and rehab account, which is the more recent state initiative, Senate Bill 1. We're not recommending any budget adjustments here. It's same as gas tax. Receipts are expected to dip, but we have fund balance. In this report, we've got the coastal trolley. So revenue cleanup, if you will. We did get more revenue in. We expanded the trolley program this past year. And then we need a budget adjustment, assuming we're going to start the trolleys back up in the coming months like we normally did. But we'll see where that goes as far as timing. Our facilities fund, the council knows, and we've talked about it at many council meetings over the last 3 years. We've been working through a facilities assessment that the council authorized a couple of years ago, and we're still building that whole assessment out of all of our facilities. We had a priority list that went into this year's budget. As staff digs into different pieces of our facilities, we find different issues where there was deferred maintenance. Those are getting moved up, others are getting shifted back. So there are some budget adjustments in the facilities fund. Supplemental law enforcement, this is grant money we get each year to pay for augmented services such as various police-related services that we provide that are in addition to our normal patrols. So we got that money in. This time of year, we always do a revenue adjustment and an expenditure adjustment to match off the actual grant money we got. And then the Headlands Community Facilities District, we've got a storm drain maintenance expense this year. That was known, and I inadvertently left it out of the budget. It's coming out of the Headlands Community Facilities District fund balance of $39,000 cost to cover required storm drain maintenance. And with that, just want to say I've never seen anything like this, and I can talk to every one of everybody in my industry and in private sector. Nobody's ever seen anything like this where there was this big of a tidal wave of hits. I've dealt in my 30-year career with major issues, financial issues with entities. I'm talking a $100 million projected budget deficit on a $400 million general fund. And you have time to work on it because you see it coming. This hit, and it hit from many different angles. Our reserves are in really good shape. And as we move through this, I'm just strongly encouraging all of us to assess what we're looking at, get the data, start to put the plan together and act on the plan. And I basically say, we need to plan and act as opposed to having knee-jerk reactions. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk? We have one public comment.
That's
I'll
correct.
turn it over to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one public comment, and it is from Tony Nelson. And I'm going to read it here. Dear Dana Point City Council members and City Manager, I am confused as to why this item is on the agenda tonight when there was no posting of the very complex 23-page status report until 2 p.m. today. How can the public, or even council members for that matter, intelligently comment on this item if there's been so little time to read and digest the report and no attempt to alert the public that it exists? The city's fiscal health is a very serious topic. Even before COVID-19 created an unprecedented economic downturn, you had cut reserves significantly and were budgeting this year to spend $2.8 million more than you expected to take in. Obviously, a lengthy and thorough budget workshop is needed to properly address what is sure to be a serious challenge. Dana Point must learn to live within her means. I would think making complex information available in a timely manner would be implicit, if not explicit, in the cause of promoting full disclosure and transparency on this important matter. In addition, I've been concerned for some time that a great deal of the city's business seems to be done in closed session with no minutes, no records, and very little reporting out. Just last week, the city attorney discussed in open session using the rule of necessity to determine who could vote on an undisclosed topic of anticipated litigation, where 4 out of 5 of you had a conflict. What on earth could that be? Why is the topic so top secret that the method of voting could be discussed in public but not the content? The California City League of Cities guide to the Brown Act states that, quote, the grounds for convening a closed session are called, quote, exceptions because they are exceptions to the general rule that meetings must be conducted openly, unquote. I understand the need to keep legal strategies confidential, but the topic of anticipated litigation is used so often and the actual topic so seldom disclosed that it makes one wonder if there's an attempt to deny public participation. I'm hoping you can honor the spirit of the Brown Act by moving items to closed session as a exception rather than the matter of routine, and that there can be regular reporting out. The Brown Act emphasizes that you are doing the people's business, not your own, and that everything you do should be done with the utmost care to be as open and transparent as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you have any other public comments before I close public comment?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, I will close public comments, bring it back to council for a motion. I will move the recommended action. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I heard a second. I believe that was Councilman Miller. Okay,
Mr. Mayor, I have a substitute motion first.
okay, we have a substitute motion. I will hear that, entertain that motion. Councilmember Lewis?
Thank you. I didn't get this staff report till around 2 o'clock today. It's 23 pages, a lot of detail. It was very hard to follow the PowerPoint because I didn't get a copy of the PowerPoint, and the Cox cable's about 2-3 minutes off on the sound sync. And I don't feel I had the time and the opportunity to review all this information. It's very important, especially right now with the revenue implications we're going to be grappling with Corona. So my motion is to continue this item 7 until the next regularly scheduled city council meeting on April 21 to give me and other council members a chance to thoroughly review all of this information and speak with city staff if we need to, which I did not get a chance to do if I have questions. I don't feel I can knowledgeably and intelligently vote on this item tonight. So that's my substitute motion to continue till the next regularly scheduled meeting, April 21.
Okay, there is a substitute motion to continue this item. Is there a second?
This is Councilmember Wyatt. I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We will start with the maker of the motion. Do you have anything else to add, Councilmember Lewis?
Just briefly that, yes, this is obviously extraordinary times. No one can anticipate this. This is coming all at once. But the city has been grappling with financial issues for some time now. I think last time we noted that the income was projected to be going up of 1%, and the expenses for 75% of our expenses being the police and employees going up somewhere between 3 and 4%. So I really feel that it's so critical right now to be planning and really understanding the data and the information and all of these numbers. And it's just too hard when I'm sitting here on the telephone trying to follow a PowerPoint that I don't have in front of me. So for all those reasons, I would ask this council to please give me and others and the public sufficient amount of time to really digest this information. 2 weeks isn't going to change anything. And if we could, in the interim, also post that PowerPoint and distribute it in an email to the council members, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go around the horn for discussion. Councilman Wyatt?
Yes, so what I would like to ask back to City Manager Killebrew and staff is what the implications are of waiting until the next council meeting to approve this. So is there something on it? Are there items on it that are more urgent than that? And if so, let's look at those carefully. But I'd like to get his input on why, if there's a reason why we cannot wait until the next council meeting where we have more time to go through this.
Mr. City Manager?
So, and I apologize for the late delivery on this. It seems like every hour I'm getting updates on some of the various major revenues that we have with the city and also with our responses and expenses we're incurring. The part, I'm not asking for any budget adjustments to be approved by the city council in regards to the general fund, which is really the big component here that's affected by the COVID-19 impacts. The other budget adjustments were included in the March 17th report for the other funds that, for the most part, are restricted funds. Technically, we would be okay laying it over, but we are incurring some expenses in regards to the facilities fund, continuing on with some of the projects there, and the Headlands storm drain maintenance. So I could technically be overspending my budget authority if those aren't spent. But again, I'm looking at those funds and the projects that we have in place have to get done. And again, they were on the March 17th agenda report, so they've been in the public sphere for almost 30 days. And the whole general fund discussion, I'm not asking for any action. I basically said, I'm punting this out there right now for people to review and chew on, and we'll be bringing all the general fund stuff back. I'm out there in front of, I'm ahead of all of my colleagues there at the city and even the county level, starting these discussions about what the impacts might be. I've been working late nights putting together these projections so I can kind of give everybody a sense for what we might be facing so that it's not a shock in 2 weeks or 4 weeks when we start talking in detail about actions we might take to address this. So the whole general fund component, and I realize it was late getting delivered to you, and it was because I'm still getting updates and information daily and hourly at times. But I'm not asking for any actions on that. What I'm asking for is actions on the non-general fund items that were included in last month's report.
Councilman Wyatt?
No, I'm just thinking about that. I was just again going back through. I mean, ultimately, the biggest adjustment, which is a downward adjustment, actually, is the facilities improvement fund. Right? You basically that's a proposed. The projects have shifted around some, but the overall proposal here is to adjust that spend down by $225,000. Is that, I understand that correctly? Is Mr. Killebrew, is that correct?
That's correct. The intent there is it's reducing this year's budget, but it would be expected that the council would be considering contracts for some of those projects next fiscal year. But honestly, they're all in play as we're talking about this financial crisis, because the vast majority of the funds that are in the facilities fund came from the general fund. But we do have projects in play right now.
But some of those projects are are underway now, right? Those are the ones where you have a spending bind if we wait, or a potential spending bind, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I don't have a real. I mean, these are going to get reviewed. Anything that's not in play at the moment is not going to get in play in the next 2 weeks. So we still have an opportunity to go ahead and modify further. If we approve this, I mean, for example, we could approve the Fund 12 budget adjustments for now and still make adjustments in 2 weeks to it further. If we chose to do that. So I guess that's another option that we could have. I do think we have a lot of moving parts on the general fund, although we're not asking for changes. Any monies that permit that are, any monies that can be spent have an option to be spent that aren't totally restricted. We need to at least discuss on what we want to do with. So, but most of the things that the budget adjustments on are not very big other than facilities improvement. So I guess that's the one. If we if we have heartburn on that, probably should be the one we discuss further. Anyway, so I would prefer to wait and do it all at once, or take another cut at it in 2 weeks. I just wanted to know whether we should consider dealing with whatever approval you need to not overspend your authority on some project between now and then. Those are particular projects that we should look at, or should we just look at this moment of Fund 12 and its total recommended change of shifting the projects and reducing that spend by $225,000?
I believe there are a couple projects that we are moving on to final design where we've let the contracts that we'd have to put on hold. But I don't think there's anything in there that couldn't wait. I'd have to look at the actual expenditures to date. I don't think we've reached any limits. And one of the things we added this year with the facilities fund is we've created project accounting within it. So they've all got their own unique project numbers, which this is reflecting the implementation of that as well. But if we wanted to lay off on Fund 12, I think we'd be okay there.
Okay, well, I mean, having this amount of detail on that work and stuff is great, and I think we'll have to have a discussion on. I don't want to try to use deferring maintenance again as a way to fund things. So I think we'll want to continue to move ahead, but that's a discussion we should have in detail. So I think I will support waiting until the next council meeting and when we can have more time on this. And that's all I have to at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one of those things. I look at this that we went through this. These are all restricted funds, so we can always go back and take a look at them. However, I think our next budget adjustment meeting is going to be incredibly intense and very detailed. I think I looked over this and everything looked fine to me. I would support just approving it as written tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Yeah, I guess my perspective is that we're not talking about making any changes to the general fund tonight. We're receiving and filing this and just tweaking some restricted funds. But Mr. Killebrew, can you explain what you sort of envision probably for our general fund analysis and adjustments for the near future? What sort of, on what basis are we going to relook at the general fund? And can you give us a general timeline for how we might actually make adjustments to it?
We're going to be engaging the staff and the council in discussions about all facets of our operation. Some of you may recall 3 years ago in the spring where we went line item by line item through the budget. I don't foresee necessarily doing that again. I think at the staff level, we can pick through the line items, and even though council and community input on that is certainly welcome, I think staff's detailed knowledge of individual line items will be able to gather some ideas through that. It'll be more functionally where we might take a look at how we're doing things. Something as simple as I've already instituted I'll call it a hiring freeze, but it'll be a selective hiring freeze. We can't not hire a critical position. So it'll be, one by one review, but like, for instance, backfilling myself at this point in time, that's a pretty instant way just to, burn me up and I can work, 16-hour days. I've done it in the past for a period of time at least. I've also got the executive assistant that supports the administrative services department that we went through a recruitment recently and weren't happy with the results, and we were getting ready to go out on it again when for recruitment, and we're going to put that one on hold. And now we're looking at restructuring our internal staff to handle that workload a little bit differently. There might be some overtime for some staff that would, at the end of the day, be a lot cheaper than hiring another body at this point in time. But you can only do that, for so long before you burn people out. But we're going to be hunkering down for a while, looking at external contracts and looking to restructure workloads internally to bring that work back in. There's a lot of different ideas, but functionally, it's not like we provide a lot of services or do a lot of things that aren't required. So it's going to be a tough road. I'll guarantee I'm going to be recommending utilizing some of the economic stability reserve. That's the intent of it. But we've also got to put a plan together to rebuild it. I want to take a look at all of the reserves that I included on that slide and mentioned in the staff report to talk about balancing the need to utilize some of those, basically relooking at some of the decisions that have been made in the past year on setting aside one-time monies to get through what I hope is a one-time crisis. So we have a lot of work to do, but I want to engage our department heads, managers, supervisors, all the way down to the staff level to look at different ways to do this. It's something similar I did in my prior job 15 years ago when I talked about that $100 million problem we were facing. We engaged the workforce and the community to come up with ideas on how to do things differently, cheaper, better, faster. And they've survived 15, 16 years now since we went through that process, and they do things differently and hopefully still better. But I think we'll be able to do the same thing here. It's just I wanted to give staff a chance to get through this immediate crisis, and then we can start working on planning to execute how we're going to survive through this long term.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing you saying is that for now, you and staff are doing everything you can to keep spending down, anticipating that this year's revenue is going to come in lower than expected. So you're trying to keep your expenditures down to guess your best you can at matching that. Is that what you're saying?
I do not believe we can keep expenditures down to match against what our revenues are going to finish the year at. We would have to lock.
Right. So at some point you're going to come back to us. So at some point you're going to come back to the council when we know more, and we're going to have to make some policy decisions on utilizing reserves or making cuts from expenditures or something else. Is that right?
Correct.
That being said, because we know we're coming back with this, I'd be happy to just approve this tonight. It is a receive and file for the general fund, and we know that this is going to come back. So I don't mind pushing it off 2 weeks if we want to do that. But really, we're going to be back in a few weeks anyway when staff know more about this, and we're going to have this discussion all over again anyway.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. One quick question for you, Mr. City Manager. Can you expound a bit on the difference between the unrestricted funds and the restricted funds? And when we're making adjustments to the restricted funds, where is that money either coming from or going to or moved between accounts, if you would?
So in municipal finance, you have restricted funds. We get grants in or special gas tax revenues and so forth that by law, the money can only be spent on certain items. So gas tax can be spent on street work. Measure M can be spent on street work. Road maintenance and management, street work. The coastal transit fund, we can spend it in the Project V trolley money we can spend on the trolley. The community facilities district money, we can spend it on items, maintenance items in the community facilities district over at Strand. Anything that doesn't have a restriction on it goes into the general fund, is where it starts. and it can be spent on any legal municipal purpose. The general fund also happens to provide matching funds or funds for capital projects. So you'll see large multi-million-dollar transfers to the capital projects fund, and also pays for most of our city facilities. We do have some restricted money in the facilities fund, but most of that is general fund. So it can go back and forth as long as it's just general fund money and be spent on anything the council wishes that's legally allowed for our governmental purposes. So restricted has legal restrictions on how you can spend it, what you can spend it on, and everything else is general fund or general in nature.
Okay. And what you're doing tonight is trying to get ahead of things, start to look at where we might be able to reduce some of our expenditures in the restricted funds, knowing that eventually we're going to get to the unrestricted general fund where our revenues are most likely not going to match our expenditures. Is that correct?
What I'm doing tonight with the budget adjustments is trying to keep all these projects, most of which are restricted, have restricted funding, continuing going forward and keeping the books synced up with the money coming in and the money going out for those restricted purposes. I've set aside the general fund discussion. I just wanted to start talking about what our future might look like there with the COVID-19 impacts. The one that's in the pots of money that are in the middle would be the facilities fund. A lot of that, what came from the general fund, the community investment account in the CIP fund is mentioned in the report. That's general fund money. That I'm not talking about budgeting or asking the council to budget time. I just pointed out that it's there. The Doheny Village beautification account is general fund money in the capital projects fund. I'm not asking to spend any more of that tonight. And the facilities fund. So those are the pots of money not in the general fund that exist. I'm only talking about the facilities fund component tonight. So talking about spending all the restricted monies and keeping the books in line there, and I'm putting off the vast majority of the discussion on the general fund until we can bring it back to you with some ideas.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, I wish I'd gotten a little bit earlier too, but I understand what's going on, and I did have the opportunity to review it, and I'm prepared to go forward tonight. So what I'll do first here is we have to take up the substitute motion first.
Yeah, I would like to have one more question, if I may, Mayor.
Okay, one
Why
second,
can I
Councilman
have
White.
one more
I'm trying to explain the process before I call on you. What's happening here is we're going to vote on whether to continue this item to the next meeting or not. If that motion passes, then it's continued to the next meeting and we move on. If it does not pass, then we would move to the original motion, which is to approve the adjustments that are suggested. And we could have discussion on that at that point. So what I'm going to ask is your question relevant toward changing your vote as to whether you would like to continue this or not, or is it go towards the original motion?
No, it goes toward the continuum motion.
Okay. All right.
Motion
Please
to
ask away.
Okay, so coming back to what I looked at, so it's correct that we've had all of these fund proposals since the 17th of March for that we're actually voting on tonight. That would change, but in terms of trying to look at it as a package, it would be helpful to look at all the things, because although the facilities fund is a fund, and as you mentioned, it's not actually a restricted fund. But the question I have for Mr. Killebrew is, from what I'm hearing with all the moving parts, I don't think, I'm asking if you're going to actually be in a position to have clarity in the general fund projected revenues and how and what the budget changes you might be in 2 weeks. Ultimately, there's a lot to do in 2 weeks to give us much more clarity with all the things that are moving. So I want to know are you going to be prepared to actually come back with more general fund accuracy in 2 weeks than you are now?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think accuracy at this point in time with all the moving parts and changing directions from state level in particular. I'm going to continue the discussion. I do not believe I even have 1% chance that I'd come back with a solutions package in 2 weeks, but I will continue to bring forward information as things settle in and I get a better understanding, good news or bad news. I want to continue to share it with the council and the public, what it is we're looking at, and it will be evolving. I've used that word many times in my reports. These are evolving because the targets are moving. But I'm going to continue to have these discussions, and we're going to have them together to make some decisions on how we'll get through it. I'm literally trying to thumbnail or sketch out what it is we might be looking at, and we're going to need to work together. So no, I'm not going to have a solution in 2 weeks. I hope I have better information with more certainty, but I can't promise that at this point in time. There's too many changes.
I think there's a lot of work to be done on the general fund budget. I mean, I think I'll be clear with that. So basically, other than rewriting some of the paragraphs about your next best guess on some of the general fund adjustments that may be needed, what we're going to see if we continue this for 2 weeks is essentially the same report with a few of the paragraphs that describe what your latest projections in the general fund tweaked a little bit. Is that a fair assessment of what we would see if we continued this?
I would expect there to be more certainty in those paragraphs and more specificity. So we're going to be evolving. I didn't feel like it was prudent to wait until I had all of the assessment done to tell you what the problem is. We will be facing. I thought we should kind of go through this journey.
Right. Well, my real thinking here is that the funds that we're actually making adjustment to really aren't the topic of what our concern is. We're trying to make it in a bigger picture, and we can't wait. Some of those there's no reason to wait on making decisions on those until we have a bigger picture on the general fund, because we may not have that. We may be reviewing changes to the general fund in every council meeting for the next half dozen council meetings or more. So if that's the case, then I don't think continuing this actually provides us much benefit. So that's why I'm trying to think about.
Okay.
I think I got the answer to my question. Is that things will continue to move, and 2 weeks from now they will move, and 2 weeks later they will have moved again. So we're going to see that movement in budget projections as the world evolves in front of us for several council meetings to come, I would say. So anyway, that's my input. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Wyatt. So I think that we've all stated our position on this motion. So what I'll do is I'll call for the vote on this motion, and like I said, if it passes, then it's over, and if it doesn't, then we will take up the original motion. So I'll call for the vote on the substitute motion. A yes vote would be to continue this item for 2 weeks to the next meeting, and a no vote would be to not continue this item tonight. So I'll turn it over to Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Lewis?
Before I vote, I just want to say my my comment that I didn't get it till 2 was in no way intended as a criticism of anyone on the staff. I appreciate you guys are busy, and if it came out that way, I'm sorry, but it's asking me to authorize some budget amendments. I have a 10 and a 13-year-old grandkid here that we're homeschooling, so I have not had time to look at this, adjust to what's in this report, and so I am voting yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Miller.
No.
Councilmember Wyatt.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
No.
Mayor Vixoric.
No. Okay, so that motion fails 4-1, which means we will now move to the original motion, which was to receive and file the report and authorize the budget amendments detailed within this report. So what I'll do is we'll go around one time. I don't know if you have anything more to add about the budget amendments, but now is the opportunity. So we will go around the horn and start with Councilman Wyatt.
I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis,
No, I have nothing.
Councilman Miller,
I have nothing else to add.
Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Nothing else to add.
Okay, so with that, I will call for the vote on the recommended action. So a yes vote will approve the recommended action. A no vote is opposed to that. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Lewis.
No.
Councilmember Miller.
Yes.
Councilmember Wyatt.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Yes.
Mayor Vixoric.
Aye. Okay, that passes 4-1. Completing that item, that brings us to the staff reports portion of the agenda. I will turn it back over to our city manager, Mr. Killebrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the last council meeting, the council had asked for an update on the Ocean Institute's Pilgrim Tall Ship, and we had reached out to them to provide it tonight. But in the interim period, the Pilgrim, it was decided was not salvageable, and they are dismantling it in place. And I just have to say, sad to see its demise. Hearts go out to the Ocean Institute staff that I know poured their lives into, all the volunteers, Councilman Wyatt, I know volunteers to help out on the ship. The community and the generations of kids, mine included, that had the positive experience of being aboard the Pilgrim, but it's sad to see it go. Also want to give a shout out. I'm really proud of the Rotary District 5320, which covers Rotary clubs in Orange County and Long Beach, that went out and purchased materials to build 30,000 medical face shields. The decision to do that was made about 10 days ago. They executed the program to set up 5 sites, one of which the city of Dana Point helped sponsor at the community center this past weekend. They organized getting together all the volunteers needed, organized the logistics behind getting all the materials out to the 5 sites, and they were able to build, I think, 14,000 face shields that were being delivered yesterday and today out to hospitals. And they're going to make a run at it again this weekend, trying to shoot to get the 30,000 face shields done, and possibly they've been getting some donations. They may keep going and build even more. And then finally, I do want to give a shout out. Thank you, Kelly, for putting together the banners that are thanking all the folks that are working on the front lines addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, hospital workers. There's a shout out on our banner signs, which was pretty cool. And the Chamber of Commerce helped us on that as well. So anyway, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question posed to me earlier today that I thought I'd provide some clarification on with respect to our agenda. The closed session that we had with respect to the threat to public facilities and services is related to the emergency situation created by the COVID-19 virus. So if there's any confusion in the public as to some more specific nefarious threat, that nothing like that exists. That's the overall threat to our services, a lot of which Mr. Killebrew just kind of alluded to. I mean, our financial services, for instance, are impacted. Our physical safety is threatened as employees here. The public's ability to access services is all threatened. So as this crisis continues, the council has the opportunity to have closed session discussions about all of these various threats that are created by this virus, as well as having the public conversations that we have. So I thought I'd clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brings us to the adjournment. The next regular meeting of the City Council will be April 21st, 2020 at 5 p.m. Thank you. We are adjourned.